Yes, I can hear you through the And that was his first head race. So he's now moved on up here to Boston, taking a little double peek at his line, which is a good idea. When that sun is hitting you in the face, it's hard to see that next orange buoy or the middle of that arch. But right now, all these gentlemen and soon the ladies will be looking for that middle of the middle arch. That's really the goal, to hit that middle arch. We got 3 scullers coming in all at the same time. This is getting a little exciting. Middle of the field here.
So first on down the line is going to be bow number 39. That's going to be Robert Ezel out of CRI.
So local sculler. And then right behind him is bow number 43.
That's going to be Keith Robinson out of Undine.
All right. We've got referees and umpires on the end. Jonathan Rourke out of CRI, so local guy doing a good job. 53 obviously has passed a couple of boats there. We had, I think, 70 boats in our race in this first event. 60 boats in the first event. So we're coming down to the last few. We've got people on the bridges, we've got people on the shore, and it's all to support the rowers coming by like this gentleman,
bow number 49. That's going to be Edward Zerdy out of Maritime Rowing Club. And this is going to be his 18th race at the head of the Charles.
Excellent. Maritime down in East Norwalk, Connecticut. The younger masters are continuing their warm-up progression down the river on the other side. On the Boston side, we are obviously on the Cambridge side. And we still have more scullers coming this way, probably about eight or nine more.
And that can always lead to some spicy racing here at
It
the
can,
Charles.
yep. And then we got the women's events right after the guys, so they'll be coming along soon. again, these are now some of the older gentlemen here. Some of them are in their 90s. So if all we can do is say congratulations and keep on trucking. We've got bound number
50. That is going to be Richard Green at age 87, representing Narragansett.
Absolutely fantastic. All right, Richard Green, 87 years old, looking great.
Love that.
Absolutely love that. He's rowing one of those Van Duzens. That's a red Van Duzen with the wing rigger, made by Ted, who went by a few minutes ago.
And then right behind him is going to be our bow 51. That's going to be Hugh Scott out of CRI. And this is going to be his 26th head of the Charles race.
Excellent. Now we've got a couple more people coming right in behind. That's a Riverside blade coming by. Is that bow number?
That's bow number 1.
Okay.
All right.
That's what I was kind of thinking.
We got some overlap here. That's going to be bow number 1. That is going to be Catherine Widry out of Riverside. And she has won 4 head of the Charles races in her single since she entered her first singles race at age 60.
And she won last year, so she's trying to win again. We've got bow number 58. She took over him. That's William Barrett. William Barrett. He's been he entered his first head of the Charles back in 1971.
Wow.
He's rowing one of those Van Duzens too. We see a lot of those boats. Now we've got a couple of Filippi's coming at us. Bow number 3, that's in the women's event.
That is going to be Paula Meyer out of GMS Rowing.
And then our last entry in the men's event is Steve Bossard. He's a retired Marine aviator, and he rows out of Virginia at the Virginia Boat Club. 78. So now we're going to be, we've got a couple more gentlemen. The bound numbers are white, and then they turn to black background for the women. So we've got bound number 57.
Yep, that's going to be Joseph Novitsky out of Oswego Area Rowing.
Out in Portland, Oregon. And then bound number 2 on the women's. Warm-up race for Maryland. She'll be in the Silver Skiff Regatta in a couple of weeks in Turin, Italy. Bound number 5 right behind her is
Christina Lund out of Minneapolis Rowing Club.
And in the men's group, bow number 54, another local sculler, Cambridge sculler, 85 years old, Richard D. Neuville.
And then we will have a bow 55 here. Bow 55, that's going to be Christopher Collins at the age of 92. Beautiful.
All right, Chris. Nice job at 92 years young. Fantastic.
Wow.
I think there's 2 or 3 gentlemen in the 90s here, and that's just absolutely fantastic. Only a few more years to be the first 100-year-old sculler. Bound number 6 on the women's side coming by. That's Catherine Kemper, 79 out of San Diego Rowing Club. She's happy to be here, and she's rowing this year in memory of Jan Stone. And Jan Stone won this 8 times, and she passed away in April this year. So a lot of people in this event coming up, the women's senior veteran single, are really rowing for Jan Stone. So making that announcement for her. 59-year
59.
Yep. James Burns out of Quinsigamond over there in Worcester.
Then bow 7, we will have Barbara Hogan out of Fairmount, and I'm very familiar with Barbara and her husband.
Yeah,
Spurge. So good to see you.
All right, there you go, Barbara. Last mile for Jan, Barbara. Let's go. Bow number 8, right behind her, Liz Turner. Every head of the Charles since 2000. That's fantastic.
And then bow number 9, we will have Lilia Carey.
She's rowing unaffiliated officially, but has nods to Narragansett Boat Club, Williams College, and Craftsbury Camps. 6th decade of rowing. That's unbelievable.
And coming on down, bow 56 from our first event is going to be Don Tannhauser, and at the age of 90, and just turned 90, and he is so grateful to be able to row the Charles one more time, and hopefully many more after that.
You got to steer, though. That sun is hitting him. Come on, buddy. Wrong bridge. Wrong arch. Darn it. He's 90. He's going to go through the arch what he wants. All right. We are coming on to, there's 29 competitors in our women's senior veteran single. And so we are at bow number 10.
Bow number 10, that is going to be Ellen D. Long out of Thames, London, England.
Nice.
Welcome to the States.
And she's doing her best to keep number 11 behind her. That's Dana Perrone, 77 years old, 10th head of the Charles, all of them in her single, and she's from Potomac Boat Club, your old boat club.
Yes, my old boat club, my alma mater, I would like to say.
And
go Dana.
There you go. And bow number 15, Sacramento State. She's been here a couple of times. Way to go, Miss Pinkerton. She's 73. And she finished second a couple of years in a row, and she's moved back in the field a little bit, but only in the starting order. So hopefully Patty makes up some ground and finishes up there in the front again. 2 colors side by side. Coming past the Weld Boathouse, the iconic Weld Boathouse. Absolutely lovely condition. Just went through a major remodel. That is bow number
20. Bow number 20. That is going to be Mary Fran Grossman out of Duxbury Bay Maritime School.
Wow. She's passed some folks. That's looking good. All right. She's got her pink hat on, and she's moving. Bow number 13. She just passed. That's 6. But hopefully decreasing as the day goes along. We've got some great sculling coming up at us.
And we have definitely a big group here. I think we're going to see some a little bit of a shakeup here on this stretch. With our first bow number coming across our eye line here, it is going to be bow 16. That is going to be Susie Nailberg out of CRI.
And she just started racing, so this is her second head of the Charles. Her first one was last year. And bow 14 in the white boat, that's Janet Marcucci out of Cooper River Rowing. Let's go, Janet. I've had the pleasure to coach Janet a few times. She's looking good, and I always tell her to sit tall, and she's doing just that today. So way to go, Janet. Then behind her, we've got bow number 22 and 29.
Yep, bow number 22. That is going to be Anna Warner out of CRI, and then 29 looks to be hot on her heels. That is going to be our Cinda Grauberg out of Endeavor Racing Alliance. Always has a strong showing.
Yes, sir. All right, Cinda looking good. Behind her, 23. So Cinda started last. She's definitely not starting last. That's Sally Sentner out of 612 Endurance, one of that group out of Minneapolis. So there goes Sally Sentner. Looking good, Sally.
And
she's
then
rowing her fluid design single.
Coming on down the line here is going to be bow number 28. That is going to be Laura Certain Host out of PCRA in New Rochelle, New York.
The mixed pair event is not seen very often, but they do it well. So Steve and Susan Michael, 21 and 17. Go ahead.
So 21, that is going to be Marcia Hooper out of Cambridge, passing bow 17, who's going to be Peggy Sadler out of Upper Valley Rowing.
Upper Valley is up in Hanover, New Hampshire, rows on the Connecticut River. She's 84 years old. That is fantastic. So not only are the men aging gracefully in our sports, so are the women. Nice job, ladies. Not just gracefully, but competitively.
Right, ferociously.
Ferociously. That's a much better word. I love that, Maurice. Ferocious aging here. Fantastic. All right, that might be our category. There might be a couple more coming down. I see one more. And the next event is going to be a little faster. That's the 50 to 60-year-old categories. The men's Grand Master Single started at 8. Well, it's supposed to have started at 8:34, so that may not be here yet. This may be still some of our women's senior veterans. It's very difficult to see into the sun, but the sun is certainly a blessing rather than rain or sleet or snow, which we have all had and seen and experienced at the head of the Charles. So I'll take sun in my face over wind and rain any day.
Any day.
Are you guys getting
Oh, nice. Awesome. Yeah, good team. Maurice and I just took a selfie, but we did this last year and had a great time, and we're happy to be
especially our older master scholars being able to maneuver and get a line through the bridge with the sun just beaming on the side of their faces and their eyes.
It's a challenge when you don't have the sun in your face, and it's even more so here. But we've got a couple more racers coming, and that's what everybody's doing today. We're not just training now today. Today is race day, and we've got bound number 18 coming by. Bound number 18 is Joan Campbell, 87. She's the oldest woman to row in the head of the Charles, and first woman member of the Union Boat Club down there on the other end of the basin. So way to go, Joan. Nice job.
And then coming on behind Joan,
she's in a beautiful wooden single too. Just want to make that come. Most of the boats out there are composite nowadays, but she's rowing her beautiful wooden single. And it's going along. Bound number 19.
Yep, that's going to be Lee Rooney out of Cambridge. And a double lung transplant recipient. Wow, and still here, still moving. What's your excuse?
That's right. That's right. Are launching from what's called the saddle, and the saddle is the single and double launch site. It is just on the downstream side of Riverside Boat Club. So some of the scullers that have raced already will be heading back that direction, and then probably a majority, I would say, are launching from the Falls, which is the finish area launch site. Mm-hmm. So that's up, obviously, at the finish line. So it makes it a little easier when you can just finish and then go to the dock and put your boat on the trailer and then go find a coffee.
We need coffee. I'm more of a tea guy, but same effect.
caffeinated, hot, warm, or
Yes.
caffeinated beverage, right?
Exactly.
There you go.
Have a little bit of a break here.
Yep. So we're going to be looking next at making a couple of announcements for our sponsors, and events like this don't just happen. They cost money. We've got to pay for all the stuff along the shore. We got to pay for the police and the site improvements and all sorts of things. But number one, these are in alphabetical order, and the alphabet starts with numbers. So 776 BC is the official apparel sponsor for the Head of the Charles this year. You can pop on down to their pop-up shop and check out their collection of unis and long sleeves and vests and base layers and all sorts of stuff, and then some regatta exclusive offers as well. The U.S. rowing team athletes are down there as well, so check them out.
We love swag. We love
Everybody loves
Charles
swag. That's right. Concept 2 is also one of the equipment sponsors. Concept 2 provides all of, well, not all of, but a majority of the oars out there and the Concept 2 rowing machines, which many people love and many people hate, but it is still a training device that people around the world use. So Concept 2, started by two brothers that went to school up at the end of the river, Northeastern University.
Ah,
Yeah.
Fun fact.
Yep, there you go. Pete and Dick Dreisiacker. And Connectidock. So Connectidock is this year's official dock supplier. They are a leading choice of rowing docks across North America. Many regattas and rowing clubs love their unmatched stability and performance. And you can check out samples or many of the docks at the finish line area and the saddle are Connectidocks. One of my favorite sponsors, because I used to work for them, is Gentle Giant Moving Company. I went to school at Northeastern and had the privilege of working with Gentle Giants. Some of the time when I needed a few bucks or needed a third workout of the day, I would just go and work with Larry O'Toole. He was the founder of Gentle Giant Moving, and Gentle Giant does all of the logistics for the Head of the Charles. So not only are they a sponsor, but they are an integral part of making things move here at the Head of the Charles. And obviously the volunteers. So again, we've mentioned volunteers. We've got volunteers over on the bridge. We've got volunteers in boats. We've got volunteers on shore. We've got people that are here for your safety. We've got people here for your information if you have questions. We've got people on the shore dealing with sustainability. It's not trash collection anymore, Maurice. Did you know this? It's called sustainability.
Sustainability. I love that.
It's such a nice word. It's
It
so much
is.
better than trash collecting.
Yeah.
Because it's more than trash. What Head of the Charles is trying to do, and this is a big event to do it, but they're trying to become a zero waste event. So that's one of their goals, and sustainability is making sure that we recycle things that need to be recycled and in all the different forms, and make sure that we're using everything appropriately here.
It's all about taking care of our environment. And we use it every day to practice.
That's right.
It's been good to us. We have to be good to it. We
That's
love
it. Clean air and clean water are kind of vital to our sport, so we want to make sure that we're doing that moving forward. That sun graciously has kind of moved across. I would hate to see. I'm really happy I'm not announcing here tomorrow afternoon, though, Maurice.
Oh, that's going to definitely be brutal.
It's going to be
for
coming
sure.
right in on the faces of the announcers here. But right now, it's absolutely gorgeous, and we should be seeing the event number 3, Men's Grand Master, followed by the Veteran Single 50 plus and 60 plus. And the course record is held by a gentleman named Greg Benning. He has been winning this for quite a number of years. He's 62 years old at this time. He dominated the 50-year-old division. And last year, as a 61-year-old, he beat all of the other 50 and 60-year-olds. Wow. That's crazy. By a winning margin of 15 seconds, no less. So we'll be seeing Greg coming along very soon. It started about 4 minutes ago, so probably in about another 4 minutes, maybe.
I would say.
Yep. We're right in between we're right at about 1 3/4 right here at the Weld Boathouse. So the 2 mile mark is on the other side of Anderson Bridge, and then plus another couple hundred meters. Nice. And in this event, there are 120 competitors. So we saw 60 men in the 70-plus category. Then we saw 29 women in the 70-plus category. And now in the 50 to 69-year category, there are 120 entrants. And we've got people from all over the world will be coming by. A couple of the guys that I raced with and rode against in the day were Russ Cohn and Tom Bohr. They're the coach and the boatman from Boston University. They'll be coming down in, I think, 2, 3, 4 spots. And there's other folks from all over the country. Netherlands, England, Germany, I'm sure, Canada. Can't forget our friends to the north. Great Britain. Yep, Germany. It's kind of glancing through here. So we're going to see all sorts of people and all sorts of speeds. This will be fun.
It's interesting. I didn't think there would be a huge gap like this.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. I think it's smart though, because those, the last group were the women, the 70 and 80-year-old women, so they don't want them getting chased down.
That actually is smart. I see why they did that.
And if you're looking for results, obviously some of the results have been posted. Those are going to be at the Regatta website, HOCR.org.
We still got ours.
Yeah, that's cool. 2021, nice. Is that tomorrow? Is that tomorrow afternoon or today?
Tomorrow at 4, the last one, not sure.
All right, we've got a little bit more gap here. We're going to be seeing those men's scullers come in just a few minutes. So let's go ahead and give a couple more of our sponsors. We mentioned our volunteers. Let's also mention the Hyatt Regency. They are the official hotel of the Head of the Charles with some great views of Boston skyline, and you can just stroll along the Head of the Charles River. They've got New England charm, and you can stay at the Hyatt Regency Boston Cambridge, right near MIT and Kendall Square. U.S. Army is a sponsor. The New England Battalion is excited to partner with the Head of the Charles. You can visit them at the Weld exhibition, talk to a recruiter, and explore opportunities you may never knew existed. U.S. Army. And Vineyard Vines, that's one of the official style of the Head of the Charles. Tell me about style, Maurice, because I have zero.
Listen, Vineyard Vines, I mean, look at the vests. Like, the vests are, if you see anybody with the navy blue and green vest, just tell them thank you, because they are our volunteers. But Vineyard Vines, I love how they're just styling us out. I mean, it's free swag. Who doesn't like free? If it's free, it's for me, you know?
Well, it's free when you volunteer a bunch of time and make yourself to Boston from all over the country. So
that is true. Very true.
It's more of a thank you, I think, than anything. But yes,
well, I guess we are working for it.
we're kind of working for it a little bit. But this is good work. Anybody who wants to volunteer for next year, you just go to that Head of the Charles website, HOCR.org, and you can ask to be put on a committee. Which is any number of different volunteer organizations. We mentioned some of them already. There's timing. Also, we're right next to the timing people here. And that's a big, big, big thing. So if we didn't have timing, we wouldn't have a race. And right now, we've got a race coming. So we've got event number 3 is approaching and exiting the Weeks Footbridge. We can actually see the Weeks Footbridge now, which is very exciting. So our field of vision is increased, and we've got 2 racers coming at us fast and furious. Exciting. We'll see very shortly if we've had any passing yet. We've got 3 boats now.
And again, for this is going to be event number 3, your men's Grandmaster Veteran Single, which is going to be your age 50 plus and 60 plus.
And 120 singles will be coming by in the next 10 minutes or so. So we're going to try our best to keep you up to date. And the boys in the boat, shall we say, are going to be doing their best to get in front of somebody else and finish up in front.
Very strong here.
Right behind him, bound number 3, Russ Cohn out of Boston University. Russ Cohn trains here every single day, and he is looking tall and strong. He is 57.
And then coming on down, hot on his heels is going to be bound number 4. That is going to be Andrew McTaggart out of a Ridley graduate, South Catharines, Ontario.
And Andrew's the youngster in the group. He just turned 50, so he's chasing some of those older guys up there like Greg and Russ. Let's go, Andy. And we got a whole mess of boats coming at us and leaving, so we're going to have some stuff going on. Weeks Footbridge, again, is a very challenging corner. It's tricky in various reasons. One, you've kind of got a gradual turning coming into the bridge. There's obviously stone there that you're trying not to hit, and then you've got to finish that turn or else you're going to go wide. And we've got guys that know how to do it, and that's bound number 5, Doug Kelly, coming at us. He trains out of Putney, Vermont, and he's the race director for the Green Mountain Ahead, very famous event. Bound number 2.
Bound number 7. Bound
number 7. I was going to say, that's Andrei Skornick out of Montreal. And bow 6 is Brian Jameson. He was on a national team a few years, National Rowing Federation Hall of Famer as well, and won the silver medal in the quad in the 2002 Olympics, Atlanta.
And then we have a bow number 9 coming on down here. That's going to be Carlos Redigui out of a Lake Merritt.
And Tom Bohr coming on in the red hat. He's the head coach for BU. He's a 2-time Olympic silver medalist in the men's straight 4. So bow number 8.
And then bow 10 coming on down here. That's going to be Patrick Johnson out of Minneapolis Rowing Club.
Pat Johnson looking good. He's got a good line right there inside of the corner heading into Anderson Bridge. And coming in next is bound number 11. That's Scott Horney. He rowed at Boston University, and he's happy to be racing again. He's 59, and he rows out of Brunswick, Maine with Maine Coast Rowing. All right, there goes Scott. Very fast age group here, very competitive. And very exciting right now. Bound number
12. That is going to be Paul Canestraro out of Independence Rowing Club.
And then Steve Demetrius right behind him. That's he's out of Ontario, Don Rowing Club. Looking good in the yellow M-Pocker. Bow number 15, Greg Meyer. Greg Meyer, old Wisco guy, and he captained the Wisco team back in 1992, and he coaches now the head coach at Marietta in Marietta, Ohio. Go, Greg.
And then we have bow 13. That's going to be Eric Susney out of Holland, Toronto, Ontario.
And bow 16, Charlie Braun, 54 years old, out of Western Reserve, which is Cleveland, Ohio. He's been in every head of the Charles since 1990. That's a good streak there, Charlie. Keep it up. Looking good.
And then coming on down here is going to be our bow number 17. That's going to be Karsten Brzeski out of Rooter Club Nosovia. Yeah, I just butchered all of that. Out of Frankfurt, Germany.
Yep. All right, there you go. Welcome, Karsten. All right, we've got another international sculler here. This is Martin Holmes out of Glasgow, Scotland, Castle Semple Rowing Club. He's won the Scottish National Championships, the British Masters Championships, and the Henley Masters Regatta in the double. I would say he's had a pretty good year. Let's see how he does right here at the head of the Charles. Bow number 19 right after him.
That is going to be Ken Atreto out of Cambridge.
And then bow number 21 and bow number 20. That's Ransom Weaver is bow number 20 in the yellow boat, and Eric Goldberg out of Union. Ransom was on the national team in 97 to 2001 in the single, double, lightweight, double, and quad. Won a bronze medal in the Cologne World Championships. Way to go, Ransom.
And then we have bow 22 coming on down the line. That's Frans van der Steen out of...
Just say... Netherlands.
There we go.
Friesland. But all right, bow 24 coming in front of us. That's James Ball, 58 years old, from Albany Rowing Club. He's happy to be in his 40th head of the Charles. Fantastic.
Wow.
All right, guys, not side by side, but bow on stern coming at us now. Bow number 29. That is James Dundon. He's in his 36th head of the Charles. He's loved every single one. He's another one of these guys out of Minneapolis, Twin Cities area, 612 endurance. Bow 27 coming on, looking really good.
That's going to be Owen Olten out of WSV Meppen. That is in Germany.
And then Kevin Dutt is right there, bow number 26 from CRI. He's an elite cyclist turned into a rower. And now we've got 28, Steve Glick out of Union. Union is the boat club right down at the other end of the river, closer to downtown. And Steve's looking tall and strong and a great line because he trains here every day. This course does have a home field advantage.
It absolutely does, for sure.
You can pick up those lines. You know what you're looking at for a stern point. It's really helpful to row here every day. 29 is going to be James Dundon out of 612 Endurance. This is going to be his 36th head of the Charles. And bow number 30 is Stephen Harmon out of Nantes University, out of Nantes, France. And he is a former French international rower back in the 80s, and he's living in the Netherlands now. So welcome to Boston. Michael Bannister out of Riverside Boat Club, 62 years old, so he's up in the next category. Son Brian retired, quote unquote, from rowing, and now he's going to it. He's going to be going to Italy in a couple of weeks too. All right, Scott, let's get through Anderson.
And then coming on down the line here is going to be our bow 36. Bow 36 is going to be Eric Jen out of New York Athletic Club.
Bow 38 in the yellow top. That is Timothy Heffernan. This is his 6th straight entry. And he rows for Independence Rowing Club out of Nashua, New Hampshire. The Free State, I think.
And then bow number 37, that is going to be a Stan Vigor out of San Diego Rowing Club, who was a former Washington Husky.
All right, little bit of gap here between him and the next sculler, but their bow on stern and the next two coming out of the sun. And again, there's 120 entrants here, so lots more action. We've seen about 30, maybe 35 entrants so far. This is going to be bow number 39 in the first yellow boat, and that is Terrence Smith, 68, out of Annapolis Rowing Club. He races in lots of the fall head races, including the Potomac, the Occoquan, and the Schuylkill. And then about 40 right behind him is Mike Cataldo. And Mike is out of Cambridge, 63. Those guys are playing a little cat and mouse, it looks like, just side by side, running down the course. 39 and 40. This is where steering matters. We're looking back up the course.
Mm-hmm. And what would you say is the best line in between these two bridges?
The best line is a straight line. The straight line between Weeks and Anderson. If you make it into a bow or a curve, you're not going where you want to go. A straight line. That's why the turn out of Weeks is so important. You've got to finish that turn. And oftentimes what people don't do is they don't quite finish the turn. And then they end up facing our boathouse right here. And then they have to turn back before they can make the turn under Anderson. So it's really is a straight shot. We've got bow number 41 in the red hat, blue shirt there. That's James Stock, 69. And his first head of the Charles was back in 1989. He rows for Cambridge Boat Club. So he's a local. He probably took a straight line there.
Probably did. And out of 612 Endurance, bow 42 is going to be Charles Barden, and has been rowing for 40 years and been just focusing on head races since retirement. I love that.
And we've got two guys here, opposite sides of the course. Bow number 43 on our near side. That is Patrick Hammer at a Bachman Rowing Club, Dallas, Texas. And then we've got bow 44 on the other side. That's Guy Linsegui coming in from C Club Zug, Switzerland. Looking good, Guy. Had the opportunity to coach Guy a little bit this past summer while we did a camp in Zug. It's a fantastic place. If you ever get a chance to go to Switzerland to row, do not hesitate. We've got bow number 45.
That's going to be a Bob Menino out of a Union. And Bob is a former head of the Charles race director and a longtime Regatta volunteer in his 20th consecutive head of the Charles Regatta.
And thank you for your service, Bob. Well done. Bow number 46 is coming in front of us right now. That's Gus Stewart out of Cambridge Boat Club. Fourth head of the Charles.
And he's going to be, he came fourth in the head of the Charles Champ single 47 years ago. And going down the line here behind him is going to be bow number 47. That is going to be Martin Hindeman out of Nottingham County Rowing Club out of GB.
All right, now we've got a big group of guys. So we've got 4 scullers all coming. We got one guy really pushing in from the back that we'll see him in a second. This is 52 right in front of us. That's Dan DeSchneider out of Houston, Texas. Let's go, Dan DeSchneider. There we go. He's leading. He's passed some guys. He's got 48 right behind him. That's 48 is Kenneth Novak. Ken Novak, all right. Longtime assistant at Hamilton College in Susquehanna. And then we've got 3 guys side by side there.
Bow 48, bow 53, and bow 55.
51 is Ernie Perizzo. And we got 3 going under the bridge all at the same time. We don't see that every day, and we don't want to see it all day. Bow 49's coming at us right now. That is
Arrow Rodriguez out
nice.
of Riverside.
51 coming up next.
And a bow 51, that is going to be Ernie Perizal out of Cambridge.
54 is next. That's James Fries. He's 54. Oh, that's funny. He's 54 and he's 54.
Love that.
You got to keep that bow number.
Have to.
Yep. He's a member of Potomac Scullers. First time at the head of the Charles in the single. He's got his white star on his red oars. Bow number 56.
That is going to be Lucas Rogers out of Riverside.
And we've got some doubles now warming up, going down the river. Bow 57 here is Ken Dupree out of Cambridge Boat Club. He's raced in pretty much every race since 1993, but first time in the single. So all up to him today, Ken. Good job so far.
We got 60 coming up next.
All right, bow number 60 is coming up. This is halfway through the field. That's Christopher Helmitsky, and he is a former Rutgers lightweight. Just started rowing again last year and is looking strong in the middle of the pack right here. So that's Chris. Way to go, Chris.
And then we have a bow 59 coming on down. That's going to be Michael Levy out of Cortland Community Rowing. And he's going to be rowing for 25 plus years. Love to see it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 singles in between the two bridges here. 63 coming through first. That's Nat Keo. Podwowski out of Saugatuck.
And bow 64, that's going to be John Carlson out of Bear Island Aquatic Center.
And then bow 68 is Martin Vanderhyde. He's a former Big Red rower out of Cornell and still lives in Ithaca, New York. Bow 67, right behind him, Matthew Adams, and he's from Anywhere, USA. I love that place. But he's rowing with, I was going to say Potomac, but they're not. Some other blade. Red blades with a white design on them. Anywhere, USA. All right, that was exciting. That was 9 scullers right there in a very short amount of time. We got a little space here. This is bow
71. That is going to be a Chip Baird out of a Union.
His first on the trust was in 1990.
And bow 69 is going to be Michael Craig out of Saugatuck.
All right, looking good. Michael.
On a line here, this is going to be a one. It is going to be Bill Mark out of Narragansett.
He's a long time cyclist that decided to row during the pandemic. So happy to have you out here. And we've got bow number 70 coming along next. Bow 70 is Cullen Archer, 51 years old. He began sculling only last year and has competed numerous regattas in Texas, and he's from Fort Worth. He was an old teammate of mine, Pat McDonough from Wisconsin.
And then it looks like we have him passing here. Bow 75. That is going to be John Carroll out of Union, and then right behind him is going to be bow 72. It's going to be Neil Foster out of the rowing.
All right, so again, that local flair through where you need to be. Bow 74 is in the red boat.
It's going to be Theo Anderson out of Thames. Another National.
And is that an 80?
Bow 80. That's going to be Charlie Gagliano out of Great Columbus, the bright orange here. And then right behind him is going to be Bow 79. That is going to be Sean Wolf.
Let's go, Wolfie! Sean Wolf was a constant, if you can believe it, back in my day at Northeastern University. He is far from that. He is one fierce dude. He also works as the salesman for U.S. in fluid design boats. Bow 20.
Bow 76. That's going to be Jeff Nixon out of CRI. Right behind him is going to be Bow 73. That is going to be...
Flipping pages, excuse me, 73.
The pressure is on. 73, that's going to be Jean-Marc Morrow out of Alfred.
That's Cape Town, South Africa. Again, very international group. Bow 77 coming along next. That's James Dale out of Hanlon, Ontario. Hanlon Boat Club out of Toronto. Started rowing again back in 2018 after leaving it for a while. It's good to have you here. Bow 78, pushing along nicely. Gentle Giant Rowing Club, Michael Rooney. First race in the single was last year, and he's happy to be back. He won the novice singles back in 1992, and he's happy to be back. Let's not hit any bridges. That's what he crashed once a few years ago. All right, another tall sculler coming along.
That's going to be your Bow 81. Bow 81 is going to be James McGowan out of Conshohocken.
Love seeing Conshohocken. He is the son of six-time Head of the Charles winner John McGowan of the New York AC fame, and he's happy to be here today. All right, so again, 120 entrants in this field. They're getting spaced out a little bit. We've had quite a few bunched up at this early third, I guess, of the race. And looking back towards weeks, again, very easy to see some better lines than others as we're looking down where the scullers have come from.
And this is going to be a Bow 83. We are going to have Thomas Hudak out of Three Rivers.
Name the Three Rivers, Maurice.
Wow. I failed.
I'll come back to you.
Google is about to be my best friend.
You think about it in a second. 85. Bow number 85. Great Britain. Peterborough, Great Britain. Alistair Ryder, 54 years old. Learned how to row at Methodist College in Belfast. Nice.
And then Bow 84. Bow 84 is going to be Owen Deviney out of Galway, Ireland.
Nice. Another Irish. Galway's a beautiful place to row.
Former international rower, holder of 5 Irish national championships and 7 international gold medals.
And then Bow 87, sneaking in closer to our dock here at a Nereid Boat Club, Rutherford, New Jersey, Kevin Maloney. Second time at the Head of the Charles, and his first time was a few years ago. He's looking good, nice and strong right there, heading for the Anderson. And then about a little more than a mile to go. Bow 88.
88. That's going to be Peter Fraser out of Cambridge Rowing Club, but not the Cambridge here, out of Cambridge, New Zealand.
And 86 right there is Danny Anderson out of Burnt Hills Rowing Club out of Alphase, New York. He's been coming here since 1997, first as a spectator, then a coach, then a volunteer, and this is his first time with the oars in his hand. Way to go. Nice job, Danny. 91 in the bright yellow high vis is Reinhard Koester out of Coscob, Connecticut, Greenwich Crew. That's the first Greenwich Crew team we've seen, but it won't be the last. He's an avid sculler.
And then the Bow 94 is coming on down the line here. That is going to be Charles Hagedorn out of Cambridge, and learned to row 30 years ago for social reasons. And then began training seriously 3 years ago. This is his 4th time racing in a single at Head of the Charles.
Is that 93?
And that is going to be 93 coming on down the line here in this green shell. 93, that's going to be Roll Off Versteeg
boat right behind him. That is Bjorn Sandsteed out of Narragansett. Let's go, Bjorn. Bjorn is a highly competitive guy. That whole club down there at Narragansett's a very competitive group, and Bjorn's a fierce one. He's not real tall as scullers go, but he is fierce. He's got a good line. He's making a pass under Anderson right there, too. 98?
Yep, and we have coming on down the line here, 98. That is going to be Andy Merrill out of Maritime Rowing Club. And he is a board member of U.S. Rowing and a trustee of U.S. Rowing Foundation.
Wow. Bow number 101 is Harry Sontgareth out of Quinsigamond Rowing Club. Beautiful Worcester.
And then bow 102 has been passing some folks here. Bow 102, that's going to be Brayton Borman out of Maine Coast Rowing, followed by bow 96, Mark Van Norstal out of Cambridge.
Steering matters on this course. It really, really does. And if you get tangled up with another sculler, you're going to lose a few seconds. And staying out of somebody's way may not always be the shortest path, but it's sometimes the safest path, and therefore the fastest path. This gentleman here is doing some fast work over on the far side of the course, and he is bound number
106. That is going to be Tim Wilson out of Cascadia.
to Michigan this summer.
On to Michigan.
Yeah. Very nice place to row up there on the Grand River.
And then coming on down the line here,
107.
107. That is going to be Gene Huang out of Norwalk River.
And then, go ahead.
And then bow 104 is going to be Robert Gilson out of Turning Point.
He's 69 years old, and these guys are all in their mid-60s, most of them here. We got bound number 111 coming by next. That's London Western out of London, Ontario, Scott Matthews. He's a former winner of the Head of the Charles and multiple Canadian Henley wins as well. So welcome back to the Head of the Charles. Bound number... All right, three wide. It's kind of like a NASCAR theme going on.
Right.
There. We got three wide coming by after the Weeks Foot Bridge and all 2 rows of 3. So this is going to get exciting at the Anderson Bridge if they don't sort themselves out. But out in the front of that group of 7 is, in a yellow shirt,
going to be bow number 109. 109. Yes, bow 109. That's going to be Gary Stockdale out of Merrimack.
And Merrimack is up the coast a little bit in Lowell, Massachusetts, north of Boston. And then we've got bound number 115.
115.
All right, so that line of 3 has spaced themselves out a little bit, leading by bound number 115. That is Dan Curtis out of Cambridge Boat Club.
And then 111 is coming on down the line here. 111, that's going to be Scott Matthews out of London Western. And then right behind him is going to be bow 108. That's going to be Steve Platt out of Swan Creek. And but hot on his heels, and it looks like he will be yielding him, will be bow 117. Richard Klenzesk out of Leander.
And then bow 118, Kevin Bedell. He's a former Harvard lightweight and national team sculler, and he's coaches now at Langley High School down in McLean, Virginia.
And then bow 110, that is going to be Ed Morin out of Independence Rowing Club.
Yep, almost hit the wrong arch. The guy in a yellow shirt down there. All right, bow number 82.
82, yes.
Hold on.
That is going to be Patrick Ladd out of Mid-Hudson.
All right, we're coming into the end of this field. It doesn't seem like we did 120 scullers, but I guess we have. And we've got about 4 or 5 left.
And we have bow 120 coming on down the line here. 120, that is going to be Ross Thompson out of Three Rivers. Still don't know the Three Rivers, unfortunately.
I'll tell you when this is over.
And then bow 119 coming on down the line. That's going to be Joe Paduta out of Upper Valley Rowing.
He's the author of The Art of Sculling. There you go. And he got his start in sculling under the watchful eye of Charlie Butt Jr., who just happens to be
Tran out of Knowlton, Canada.
And he just made a little course correction. It was a smart thing to do. Slowed him down a little bit, but he didn't get the time penalty, so good job to him. All right, Three Rivers. What do they form? What do the two rivers form to make the big one? There's one big one because it's a confluence. How about the Ohio?
The Ohio, yep.
Okay.
I knew that.
Okay, good. So that's the third river. And then you've got one that starts with an M. It's an Indian name. Starts with my favorite letter, your favorite letter.
True.
M and M. Monongahela.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't have guessed that one.
And then the Allegheny.
Okay, Allegheny. Okay, I could have probably guessed that one.
There you go.
So I'm thinking PA.
There you go.
PA.
There's your trivia for the day. Monongahela and the Allegheny form the Ohio.
Do you see like the just smoke just coming through my brain trying to?
You had it.
Just,
you had it.
You know.
You were right there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, kids and friends, we are moving into event number 4 this morning, and that is going to be the women's Grandmaster, followed by the veterans single. And these are all ladies in their 50s to 60 plus, so 50 to 69. And last year's winner must have moved up or is not here because she's not in our first 3 or 4. So last year's winner was Trisha Carney. And then Leslie Critchko was the winner of the 60 to 65, or 64, excuse me. And then Elizabeth Rund was the 65 Veteran 2 winner. So things are looking good. We've got Maureen Harriman starting first out of Whistler Secondary School, Whistler, British Columbia. And didn't even know they had sculling and rowing in Whistler because it's more of a skiing, known for its skiing, but I'm glad there's rowing there too. We've got 90 scullers coming here soon.
Rowing is growing. We love it.
Rowing is growing. All right, community rowing. A couple of our sponsors, we'll make a mention there. Head of the Charles Regatta is happy to partner with Community Rowing to bring the sport of rowing to more than 5,000 youth middle schoolers in Boston and Cambridge public school programs. Unbelievable. 5,000 middle schoolers. The DCR, we could not do this event without the DCR. The DCR is the Department of Conservation and Recreation. They manage all of the parklands along the race course, and we have been in partnership with them since 1965, which was the very first year of the Head of the Charles. So the DCR, thanks for making the venue safe and having this, allowing us to happen. Oh, a little bit later, we might be heading down, might take Maurice down to the La Crema Winery.
Ooh.
I don't know if he likes wine or not. Do you like wine?
I do.
right.
Classy occasions.
So La Crema Winery is going to be, has a little bar at the falls. And so go down there and have a taste. They have a tasting room set up for your finest wine experience. I love it. You think of Boston more as a beer town, you know, but
Very true.
you know, with Sam Adams and everybody being here, but La Crema Winery, we'll check them out for sure. Meet Boston continues to support the head of the Charles Regatta. Meet Boston's mission is to elevate Boston's vibrant neighborhoods and diverse people, amplifying their stories and sharing them locally and across the globe. Very cool. So Meet Boston has a truck down there at the Weld exhibition, which is here, right here in front of or next to the Weld boathouse. You can check them out. Meet Boston. Oris Watches. That is a independent Swiss watch brand. They are proud to make the head of the Charles this year, and you can check out their Airstream. I walked by that this morning. It actually looks really cool. So they've turned an Airstream trailer into their display booth, and they just pull that around, and that looks really cool, and I'm sure their watches are awesome. All mechanical watches. None of this digital stuff. And Rivian. You know about Rivian?
I do not know about Rivian. Tell me about it.
Rivian, I actually own a Rivian. And Rivian is happy to be a sponsor this year. They are an electric adventure vehicle truck and SUV maker. I have the R1S. I love it. Anybody wants to know anything about Rivian, you just talk to me because I'm going to tell you all about it. But Rivian is happy to have a booth, and you can check out the vehicles. Mine's in Florida right now, so you can't see mine right now, but you can check out the Rivians right here in Boston. And Rivian is an all-electric. I have a quad motor. You know how fast my quad motor Rivian goes?
How fast?
Very.
Love that.
2.8 seconds to
No way.
60.
Really?
Yeah. It's awesome.
That's a quick get up.
It's a quick get up. I get to the boathouse quick in the morning. And then one of our all-time favorite sponsors is Teddy Peanut Butter. They are once again a proud supporter of this year's regatta, and you can check out the Teddy Peanut Butter stands. They have several different stands around, and you got to get your Teddy today. Awesome. Love the Teddy Peanut Butter. The only problem is I can't take it home because I don't have a check bag. I know. Stinks.
Always mail it to yourself.
I could mail it to myself because we don't buy it in Florida. Can't buy Teddy Peanut Butter in Florida. All right, bunch of doubles heading downriver now. This is
Double
fun.
trouble. Double trouble.
Double trouble. Love the double. And there are some rules going downriver, and this is one of the places where you can pass. There are a couple of no passing areas, but here people are warming up, heading downriver, going to head under Weeks, and they got to make a sharp corner on Weeks, just like you do on the race line, or else you end up on the race line during your warm-up. So you got to be careful there as you're going downriver. And the breeze that we had forecasted yesterday has not shown up today. Absolutely idyllic conditions, so no breeze yet. I'm sure the basin is looking fantastic still. That's what everybody worries about, is a big blow up and having a little wind out there on the basin end or the starting line end of the race course, but absolutely perfect right now. You got any results?
What's the
Yeah.
I can do that.
Let me ask this. Do you know where the results are?
Where the results are?
Yeah, like what link we go to?
Oh, I don't.
I can
Do
find
you know
it.
the link for the results? I'll ask these guys.
Yeah, somebody must know. No. There's a link, and we can just look it up. I just don't know what the link is.
Find it.
I don't know if they have anything yet.
Well,
Yeah, it's
that's the thing.
not here now.
Yeah, it's not on.
I'll check Regatta Central.
Oh, 24. Click that. Oh, it's on Regatta Central.
Is it?
Yeah.
Did you find it?
Yeah, we found it. If you go to the
found it?
HOCR website and then, or the, is that
Well, I
Regatta
can go-
Central?
yeah, it's Regatta
you
Central, I
go
can
right
just-
there direct. Yeah. All right, we've got a little lull in the action, so we're going to look up a few results and give you a couple of results. Obviously, you can look up your own results. Maurice is going to pull up a few of these early events and give you a little bit of idea. And the results are found at either Regatta Central or there's a direct link from HOCR.org.
Yeah, so it's pretty awesome. We have from our first event, the winner of that will be Evergreen, our bow number 7. So it looks like we have a little slight upset and a slight shakeup in that event, followed by Anderson out of Northview and then Stone out of Cambridge. So that is going to be your top 3 finishers. For the women's senior veteran, your top 3 is going to be Endeavor Racing. That's going to be Cinda Grubarg, followed by GMS Rowing is going to be Paula Meyer, and then in that 3rd place spot out of Riverside is going to be Catherine Widgery. And the winner of the men's grand single is going to be Andrew McTaggart. Out of Ridley Graduate.
We'll point a camera towards you guys. So, however you guys want to structure it, you want to rotate it, whatever, it's up to you guys. I'll let you know.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be cold fair. But that's not even my coat. Oh, really? Yeah, yeah. No, I don't do cold. No, absolutely not. So the winter months you spend on summer. Yeah. Then you say you.
Sure.
And it looks like we'll now be about to be underway here for our next event, which is going to be event for the Women's Grandmaster Veteran Singles, which will be your ages 50 plus and 60 plus.
And it looks like the field has collapsed a little bit in on itself, which they start all of these racers 10, 15, maybe even 20 apart, and we do not have that here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 scullers all coming underneath the, or have come underneath the Weeks footbridge already. And so pretty tight racing right now, this top of the field. We'll see who comes through our viewing station first in just 1 second.
And coming on down the line here is going to be our bow number 2. Bow number 2 is going to be Rachel Perry out of Dolphin
Rowing Club in San Francisco, right under the Golden Gate Bridge. And she has passed, it was bow number 1 in the pink top. Bow number 1, Maureen Harriman out of Whistler Secondary School, Whistler, British Columbia.
And then hot on her trails is going to be bow number 4, pushing on down the line. It's going to be Owen Huxley out of Riverside, and I know Owen very well, and she is a very fierce competitor.
Bow number 3 coming in next out of Canada, Ottawa, Ontario, Julia Fournier, 59 years old. She's a snatcher from Ottawa. She's doing well here, starting the first group. Bow number 5 coming next is Molly Watkins out of Cambridge Boat Club. And just followed very closely by number 6, also of Cambridge Boat Club, number Sanek Ward. She was inducted into the Series Hall of Fame this fall, and she is a winner of the Head of the Charles with the 4 was Steve Dance Moore and Linda Murray back in 2018, 2019, 2021.
Nice. And then and bow number 8 coming on down the line here is going to be Inside of Narragansett.
Another very good competitor there from Narragansett, Alden, excuse me.
And then bow number 7 is going to be Leslie Crinchko out of Maine Coast Rowing.
And she was last year's veteran number 1 winner, so she's going to be looking to come on through here. And she's a champion as a Nordic skier. Wow. 2 of the best athletes in the world, rowers and cross-country skiers. Mm-hmm. We got 2 boats coming side by side here. So again, the women's singles are very competitive and moving very closely. We got bow number 9 being pushed hard by bow 10. Bow 9 is Karen Gress at Rocky Mountain Rowing Club out there in the Denver general area. And then bow 10 is
Elizabeth Runday out of Martha's Moms.
And then we've got bow 11 pushing hard there as well. That's Margarita Zeza. We saw her husband earlier in the first event, and this is she's rowing as a 67-year-old from Cambridge, representing Cambridge Boat Club. Margarita.
Then coming on down is going to be bow number 12. It's going to be Rosanna Kirchhoff.
And bow 13 following up there is Jacqueline Easton, 63 years old.
And then coming on down the line right behind her is going to be your bow 15. That's going to be Anne Granger out of Wallingford, GB.
She was 4th in the 60 to 65-year-old group last year, hoping to improve on that this year. She's taking a little peek, lining up her final line for the Anderson Bridge. And right behind her, bow 14, Kimberly Elting out of Dallas, Texas. And she was mom of one of our Paris Olympians, one of the women in the quad, Teal Cohen. So congratulations on being an Olympic mom. 16, Dawn Regas, River.
And then coming on down the line here to be bow number 18 is going to be Bonnie Baker Polig out of CRI.
She rode for the Windsor School here, and then Stanford. Competed in the 1986-88 junior national teams and the 91 Pan Am Games in Cuba. All right. And somebody went a little wide right there. That could get dangerous being over there. You got traffic coming at you. That's bow 17, Molly Tyson out of Duxbury Bay Maritime School.
And then we have bow 20 coming on down the line here. Bow 20, that's going to be Monica Treno out of Vesper.
And trying to thread the needle, bow 21 in the red hat, that's Sarah Wisher from Long Lake Rowing in Long Lake, Minnesota. She's a co-owner of a little architectural firm right there in Minneapolis, and she is, yeah, that's what you got to do sometimes. Every once in a while, you got to slow down a little bit, not to run into somebody, especially at the bridge. You may have on the other side. And we've got another
23. That is going to be Eleanor Worth of Mid-Hudson. And then bow 22 coming on down the line here. This is going to be Sharon Romilly out of Western Reserve.
On the Cuyahoga River in Cleveland, Ohio. Her nickname is Skittles. So let's go, Skittles. Nice job, Sharon. All right, right behind her.
It's going to be bow number 24. Kathleen Davis out of Saugatuck.
She's sitting nice and tall, got great posture, pushing her down towards the finish line. And she's got bow number 25 coming at her. That's Tiffany Hogan out of Narragansett, another strong sculler out of Narragansett Boat Club. Tiffany Hogan just started rowing in 1997. All right, Tiffany.
And then bow number 27 coming on down, Ellen Kennelly out of Cambridge.
And you'll notice the ratings on some of these scullers. Some are rowing a little higher, some are rowing a little lower, but it all depends on your fitness and also kind of what works for you. We've got bow number 28 coming on there. That's Ann Crichton out of Sammamish Rowing, out of West Coast Sculler, out of Redmond, Washington. Third year in a row, running down the head of the Charles. Bow number 29 in the yellow boat, Natasha Strom out of Cambridge Boat Club. She was the race director back in 2019 to 2021. And also a Commodore for the head of the Charles. So a huge supporter of rowing here in Boston. And the way Boston works is what happens in Boston ripples around the world. And bow number
30. This is going to be Betsy Harling out of Cambridge. And she is rowing fast so she can meet her golden retriever scallop at the finish line. Love that.
I'd be rowing fast to find a beer, but, you know, finding your dog, finding a beer, it's the same.
That's the same.
Both make you feel good. Number 32.
32 coming down the line here. That's going to be Henriette Lazarus out of Cambridge. And then following her is going to be bow number 31, Alexander Fleming out of Cambridge. I love their inter-squad competition here.
Lots of Cambridge colors trying to see who's the fast. Do you think they brag about it there, or do you think everybody just knows and they don't talk about it? I'm not sure.
You know, that's a great question. You know, that is a very, very great question.
Maybe they get boat rack privileges based upon their placement.
Maybe so. Maybe so. The lower the boat rack, the higher or the lower the bow number.
Yeah, maybe. Right now we got bow 39 coming by. That's Endeavor Racing out of Mesa, Arizona. Pamela Newharth. She rode at Cal Berkeley back in the 80s and now lives in Tempe, Arizona. Welcome.
And bow 33 coming on down the line here. That is going to be Laurie Devitt out of Maritime Rowing Club. And she also took up rowing after her son started rowing in high school. And she's been rowing for 24 years.
Sneaks up on you.
And we have a little passing action here coming on down the line. This is going to be bow numbers 36. 36 is going to be and Moon Van Erp out of Watupa Rowing Center, followed by bow 35, hot on the tail, is going to be Gabriella Kozik out of Aquaquan.
36 just past 35, and they're both going to have clean lines on the bridge, but we've got bow 37 coming up right here. Another Cambridge sculler, Mary Farrell, 60 years old. She's been racing here for 20 years and also while she was in college. So looking good in her bright yellow boat and bright yellow top, moving on into the Anderson navigated weeks and combo turn. And bow 41 coming along next. That's Viking Rowing Club sculler from Northfield, New Jersey, Wendy Trippison. She's a 5-time national teamer in the lightweight women's quad, lightweight women's double, and she's a native of Boston. Learned how to row right here on the Charles.
And then we have 2 more scullers coming on down the line here, riding that buoy line. It's going to be bow number
42 or 40.
Bow number 40.
40.
Bow number 40. Yep, that's going to be Amy McBlain out of Vesper.
And then go ahead.
Yep. And she is claiming best lightweight in the East.
And bow 38 in the red boat, Catherine De Souza out of Nassau. That is Bahamas. Catherine.
Yes.
Her a couple times herself, and she's another great sculler.
She is amazing. I met her when I went to train in the Bahamas.
Yep.
Love her attitude. Love her skill set.
Taking her group to Montenegro next spring. Make me go even faster. So right now 42 is got a clean road in front, and she's got to be pushing hard. That's Martha DeLong out of Cambridge Rowing Club out of
New Zealand. You got to remember, you're racing against the time here.
Yep.
Passing people is just a plus.
That's right. Bow 43 from your former neck of the woods. That is Hillary Wentz with Potomac Boat Club. Bow 51. Turn the page. There you go.
Bow 51 is going to be Ashley Lanfer out of Riverside.
And she's got 3 children all rowing in the Charles this year. That's pretty cool. So they should make a quad.
I know, right? That'd be awesome.
That'd be really cool. All right, lots of stuff coming underneath the Weeks Footbridge. So if you're glancing down the river, there's a lot of action down there. But right in front of us, we've got bow number
49.
49.
That is going to be Catherine Kaufman out of Ravenna.
And she's coaching at Albemarle High School. So there's a lot of folks like her. There's a lot of people that row and coach. And that's bow number 46. That's Susan Drano. She learned learned how to scull as a former figure skater, Olympian actually, 76 and 80. And she's a fantastic sculler, rows out of Capital Rowing Club. Way to go, Susan.
Then we have bow number 44. 44, that is going to be Jennifer Cheege out of Nashville, followed by bow number 54, who is going to be hot on the tails here, Julie Dinkma out of College Club Seattle.
Julie's got her pogies on. She must have been chilly when it started this morning. All right, we've got a bunch of scullers coming. Some are got good lines, and some have not such a good line as we're coming here, but they're all coming. So they're racing towards Anderson. We'll see how many are going underneath the bridge at the same time. In the lead right now, we've got bow number 50 in the yellow hat.
Yep, that's going to be about 50. Patricia Hambrick out of Cambridge. Hot on the tail, and we have a lot of yielding that's going to be happening here. Bow 55, Ellen Blum, and then coming right behind them, bow 59, just trucking through, is going to be Stephanie Joffrion out of Vancouver Rowing Club in Canada.
And then Diane DeLuca is coming in next. She's from Lansing, Michigan. And right behind her, pushing hard, is bow 56. That's Catherine Stockley out of Yarmouth, Maine. She coaches up there in Portland, Maine. And then 53, taking a little gander, that's Colleen Carroll. And she's checking this off, rowing her singles ahead of the Charles is one of her bucket list items. She's from Duxbury Bay, sculling. And 48, again, another person taking a little gander out of Northampton, Massachusetts, Rose Gammon. I think that's a smart thing. Oftentimes there's a lot of action going on, and you're better off to just take that little look rather than be in error or miss the bridge or miss the buoy or something like that. So a little look is not a bad thing ever. All right, we've got a couple more coming at us. That breeze is kicking up just a little bit more. I don't think it's affecting these scullers too much, but bow number 57.
Yep, bow 57. That's going to be Maris Steele out of Capital, and followed by her, it's going to be bow 58. It's going to be Patricia Brady out of Watupa Rowing Center.
Come on, Maris, make the turn. There we go. Hi, how are you? Nick, hi. Good to see you. All right, 3 more scullers coming. And everything's going good in this grouping. This is the Women's Grand Master Veteran Singles. We got 2 wide, and then one going, is trying to make it 3 wide as we're entering into Anderson. The sun is kind of coming, rotating around, so it's getting a little more difficult to see bow numbers, but right in front of us is bow 61. Bow 61 is Sandra Allen. She's been rowing since 17, and this is her first singles race at the head of the Charles. Way to go. Bow number 60 right there as well. That's Terry Brennan. And she was out there in Bainbridge Island out there north of Seattle. 63 coming along next. Lisa Roth, 65 years old. Ready to tackle the Charles. A whole bunch of stuff got in the way. She looks like she's having a good time making the most of it right now.
Yep, and coming down the line here is going to be bow 66. That is going to be turning the page here. Sarah Richmond out of CRI.
Community Rowing Incorporated. 66. She's got a nice, long, powerful stroke. She's looking great there, Sarah. Nice job. And we got 3 all sorts of different places on the course. One a little wide onto the Boston side, one a little wide to the Cambridge side, and one straight down the middle. So let's see what happens as we approach the bridge. We've got bow number 70. Is that 74?
I'm not sure. We
The
don't
red
have
boat?
a bow number here. Okay, red boat 74.
Yep,
That's going to be
74.
Fiona Caper out of San Diego Rowing Club. And yeah, might have a
We've
missing
lost the bow number on one boat, and she better
Maybe
watch
Riverside?
out. Yeah, looks like a Riverside sculler. I'm not sure who that is. And then 64 right
Coming
here.
down here, 64, trying to get around the other single sculler here. That's going to be Kathy Tornero out of Tempe Town Lake. And then on our far side, on the Boston side, there is going to be bow number 67 coming on down the line here. That is going to be Christine Flowers out of SAC, straight out of California.
That's Sacramento Athletic Club out there in Gold River, California, Sacramento. And bow 71, closer to us here. Bow 71 is Lori Gunselman out of Greater Columbus. She's the president of Columbus and a fantastic person. So way to go, Lori. And
then
65.
That's going to be. Oh wait, did I?
Yeah, I think you had Kathy.
I might have screwed that up.
This is now Kathy.
This is going to be
Kathy Torino. Toriro.
Yep. And then about 76 coming on down here, passing through is going to be Galia Norton out of Cambridge, and then we will have San Diego Rowing Club Sculler, bow 72, Hiromi Amai Delario.
And the Kings, there haven't seen too many wooden, but he's got her beautiful wooden single and heading towards her home port. We've got a bunch of scullers that ended up a little wide. There's at least one off the course over there, and they're trying to get themselves back situated. But out in front of them, kind of the mess, if you will, is bow 68. Bow 68 is Robin Morgan out of Worcester. There we go, Robin. Make the turn. There we go. Everybody's got to go to that spot.
And then we have bow 80 coming on down the line. Catherine Truman out of Cambridge. And then bow 75 is going to be Aaron Williams out of East Bay Rowing Club. And then hot on her trail is going to be bow 77. That's going to be Lisa Zonsky out of Cooper Rowing Club.
And then 81 is coming on strong. That's Melissa Hilton out of Vesper. She's the president of Vesper now. Mm-hmm. And 70, so there's been a lot of passing right here in this little group. That's Judith Lupnier at Independence Rowing Club, New Hampshire. First head of the Charles. And third time racing, about 79.
Yep, that's going to be Hillary Parkhurst out of Maritime Rowing Club.
A lot going on. A lot of action has been happening right here. And sometimes people get a little confused where they are, what they need to be looking at, but that's just all part of the day. Bow 78 is coming along next. Mary Lou O'Halloran. Wow. All right, that's Duxbury.
And then bow 82, that is going to be your Riverside's Christine Higgins.
And this is her sixth head of the Charles. Again, local knowledge matters. We do a camp on the head of the Charles 2 times a year, and just telling people which way to look is one of the biggest things. And here I'm seeing people looking all sorts of different directions, and there's really only one way to look when you're in between these two bridges. That's the middle arch of Anderson, and then over your left shoulder as you get closer. You look the other way, you're not looking in the way you want to go. So got to look in the way you want to go.
I'm taking notes, Mark. I'm taking notes.
All right, this sculler's got a very nice line and clear water around her, so she can focus on getting her legs down, and that's what every sculler wants to do. And can't quite see her bow number yet, but she's clear sailing, and that looks like 84. Bow number 84, Dion Strood out of Tulsa. I don't think we've had a sculler out of Tulsa yet. We've had a couple out of Oklahoma City, but nobody out of Tulsa, so welcome from Tulsa. She placed second in the women's Masters single and the double at the Stars and Stripes Regatta, and happy to be here. So welcome, Diane. And bow 83 in the blue boat, bow 83 is Jennifer Baker out of Rocky Mountain Rowing Club. Thank you. Rocky Mountain Rowing Club, Denver, Colorado, Aurora to be precise.
It's just in the yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
All right, we got a big group coming in.
Yep, we have about 6 boats in between both bridges here.
These should be the last few in this event.
And this is going to be bow number 86. Bow number 86. That's going to be Laurel Condro out of Humboldt Bay, California.
So 86 is using a borrowed boat here from somebody at CRI. She didn't bring her boat all the way from Humboldt, California, or Eureka, California.
And then we have bow number 88. Bow number 88 is going to be one of my favorite people in the world, Carol Dinian out of Potomac Boat Club. Very beautiful blade work. Very great coach. Go, Carol.
And then Eva Martinez, she is here from Barcelona, Club Espitio Olympic, Barcelona. Eva Martinez, 56. Welcome. And bow 26 and with 90. So I bet 26 started at the back of the pack. She probably missed her starting window. But bow 90 is...
That's going to be Eva Goodman out of Narragansett.
Another Narragansett scholar. And that person that probably started at the end is bow 26. And that is...
Cynthia Cole out of Washington Rowing School.
All right, I see one more sculler coming underneath Weeks Footbridge. I'm not sure if that person is in. Yes, that person would be in this event because the next event coming or starting is a double. So we've got one more sculler coming in the women's Grandmaster Veterans Singles. We'll check her out in just a second. And in the meantime, we again are just soaking up the day. We hope you guys are all enjoying it over there on Weeks Footbridge. Hopefully you can hear us down there. And over here on Anderson, it's starting to fill up a little bit. Maybe on purpose, maybe from some passers-by happen to see what's going on. And it's a pretty good day to check out what's going on the Charles River here in Boston. Would not be a straight line. This course is not a straight line.
No, right, absolutely not.
She's missing a buoy right now. There's one. She's going to miss another one
Yeah.
if she doesn't make a big turn.
Yeah, I'm seeing how people are coming out,
Yeah.
and I'm like, you really got to hug. Yeah.
She's going to get a second one. That's unfortunate. A few seconds, and then we're going to be awaiting event number 5 starts in 1 minute. That is the women's senior masters double, which are the 50 to 59-year-old age average. So the age average events, this will be our first average. You can have people of various ages, but the age average must fall in between that 50 to 59-year-old category. And there are 24 doubles entered in this event, and we'll be seeing those come by in just a few moments.
Now I gotta ask, what's your favorite boat class at the Charles?
I actually really do love the double. I think
Same.
the double is absolutely fantastic. So I raced the champ double back in 91 and 92, and it's the ultimate team boat.
It is. It's like one of those boats where it's like you got to be very strategic. I mean, it's not super fast, so you should be able to, get your lines, get your points pretty quickly as a side, from an 8 where you're full speed ahead. It's kind of a bit harder to turn a boat, but I feel like the doubles is more of like a chess, not checkers.
You've got a teammate, but it's just you and your teammate.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you got to be in sync 100%, and we're gonna have some pretty good doubles racing in that champ double later.
Yeah, we are
tomorrow.
Yeah, we
check
are.
Check out some of those entrants. It's going to be pretty fantastic. So I'll be watching that champ double for sure tomorrow. But right now, today, it's that senior women's master double, and then I'm sure we've got there must be the men's double right after that. So we got a couple of different women's doubles coming up, and then the men's senior double. So most of the boat races have been going men first, women second. So I'm not sure why the switch here, but somebody above my pay grade must know why. So.
Exactly. We're just here.
We're just here doing our thing.
Love it. Beautiful, beautiful weather. I mean, I don't think we've gotten any luckier here in Boston.
No.
I think the river gods has blessed us this year, since last year was a little sketchy.
Definitely nice to be here. Let's check out a couple more. We've got some new folks out there. We'll give you a couple of our sponsors again. 776 BC is the performance apparel Head of the Charles sponsor, and you can check out all their wares, from performance gear and also the Regatta exclusive gear at the 776 pop-up shop down in the finish line area, the expo down there. Concept 2, mentioned them earlier. They're the official oar and erg supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta. They've also got some gear at their Concept 2 shop. They've got some apparel and gear, so you can check out some of their stuff that they've got down there at the falls. They'll also be refitting oars. One of the best service providers in the entire rowing world of vendors is their ability to bring old oars. You can bring old oars to them during a regatta like this, and they will give you new sleeves and new handles and new grips. It's fantastic. Connect-A-Dock is the dock supplier for the Head of the Charles this year, and you can check out you can buy Connect-A-Dock from anywhere around the world, around North America anyway, and you can check their docks out. All the rowers will be rowing off of Connect-A-Dock. And we're going to thank the volunteers as well. We mentioned that earlier. Couldn't do an event like this without volunteers. We were just visited by our head of announcing committee. So thank you, Nick, for putting together a great team.
Mm-hmm.
And the training that goes along with it. You know, a lot of people think, oh, you just show up, you do your thing. But there's training involved with all of the committees. You know, everything, safety, first aid, boat drivers, they all have to know what they're doing before they go out and do it on this huge stage. So the training that goes on ahead of time is paramount to having a day like today run smoothly.
I mean, it is the biggest rowing regatta in the world.
Sure is. About 11,000 rowers? What it is? Something like that?
I would say even more than that.
I think it's around 11,000. I think so.
Number,
It's a
thousands. A lot.
It's a lot. That's my hometown. My hometown when I grew up was about that size.
Oh, you said 11,000.
11,000.
Oh, okay. Yes. I would agree.
We mentioned this a minute ago, but I think we're getting a little thirsty at this point of the morning after talking for a while. So we're going to head to that winery. Hopefully they're open at 10:30 or 11 o'clock in the morning. But you know, if they're not, we'll come back.
I like to say it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It always is. La Crema Winery has got a tasting room down there at the falls. There's a whole falls bar down there, so that we'll be checking that out. And our responsibilities will be ending after the final race of the day, and then we've got other things going on, but nothing wrong with having a glass of wine. Meet Boston has continued to support the Head of the Charles Regatta in a mission to elevate Boston's vibrant neighborhoods and diverse people. And they share the stories of the people in the neighborhoods across the globe. So you can check out at the Weld exhibition, which is right here at the Weld Boathouse, just to the downstream Cambridge side, and you can meet the Meet Boston truck.
Meet the Meet Boston truck.
There you go.
Little tongue twister to start off the morning.
Yeah. And if you need a little energy, we've got Rainstorm Energy Drink. Athletes and spectators are welcome to check out the exclusive energy product sponsor for the Head of the Charles. You can see their 2-story interactive trailer, again, right here at the Weld exhibition. Grab an ice-cold rainstorm on the house, or take in some of the best views of the Charles. That would be really cool. I'll have to check that out, because they must be right down here and looking out over the Charles. We're on the second floor of the Weld Boathouse, but being on the second floor of their trailer would be pretty cool. And Rainstorm has clean energy, immunity support, zero sugar, and it gets you through the Regatta weekend. Live life better. All right. The U.S. Marine Corps is also here. You can get more information about the Marines and how they build nation's leaders and try your hand at a pull-up challenge. Yikes. Please stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo, the U.S. Marine Corps. I was never very good at pull-ups. I was more of a leg sport guy. That's why I got into rowing.
Yeah, same.
And Vineyard Vines, get the good life. We're proud to announce that Vineyard Vines is the official style of the 24 Head of the Charles Regatta. Stop by their location at the Elliott Bridge enclosure and check out their limited edition gear, like the vest I am wearing. You didn't get yours
Super
yet.
swag. I haven't got mine yet, but I do have a sweatsuit on.
Yes, you.
Courtesy of Vineyard
that
Vines.
style. That is
You see
style.
it.
I see it. That's looking good. All right, those doubles should have started about 7 minutes ago. They're going to be here in another couple of minutes, so we're going to hang tight and see the women's doubles, women's senior master doubles coming through here in just a second. Starting first is the College Club Seattle team of Megan Graddick and Melissa Pierstein. They have an average age of 51. They're going to be followed in starting order by Cambridge Boat Club Christine Collins and Bethany Grant. And then rounding out your top three is a Florida entry from Sarasota County, and that's Karen Weigart and Ann Marcial. So they'll be coming along here in just a minute or two.
Boat has now crossed through here. This is going to be our event 5 women senior masters doubles. And we will have 24 competitors in this event, and the top 3 crews from last year are back, so they know the skill level, they know the speed. Have they made the adjustment over the last 365 days?
And the starting bow number 1 is they did set the course record last year as well, so that speed was here last year, and let's see if that speed is again here this year. They're coming in front of the Weld boathouse in just a few more strokes, and clear sailing 1, 2, and get that gold medal back. Pink shirts. And Candace from Blood Street.
And then and lane 5 is going to be Zlack out of San Diego, California. That's going to be Ann Gregory and Savania Guy.
Nice. They're making a little move on bow 4. Again, normally these boats start about 10 to 15 seconds apart. So they're all stayed in order so far. We've got bow number 6 coming next. That's Cambridge sculling Lauren Scheffler and Robin Churchill. But they're being pushed
by bow 7. That is going to be Stephanie Sarah and Rebecca Hollins out of Capital.
Bow 7 definitely moving and has the inside line on Anderson. We'll see if they can squeak through there. Bow 8 next. Again, no passing yet. That's going to be Long Lake rowing out of Long Lake, Minnesota. Sandra McCarthy and Karen Fiegler. 55-year average.
And then coming on down right after that is going to be bow number 9, Ferris Smith and James Sparrow out of Greater Lawrence Rowing.
They row up on the Merrimack River. They look
Meriki Mwama out of College Club Seattle.
all right. Julie Irwin. I met her in Oak Ridge, Tennessee when I lived there. Way to go, Julie. And then bow number 11 coming on there. That's San Diego Rowing Club. Marnie Jasted and Michelle Nielsen. Bow number 11 in the red boat, followed by 10. So we've had a little passing now. Treasure Coast Rowing Club, Michelle Weiler and Maria Valsilio Dunn out of Treasure Coast. That's kind of Stewart, Florida, East Coast. Bow 16, Cambridge sculling Molly Scannell and Roberta Turi Weiss. First year competing together.
This is going to be bow 14 coming on down the line here. This is going to be Julia Francis and Patricia Thatcher out of Rocky Mountain.
Followed closely by bow 15, Peterborough, Ontario, Kate McKenzie and Uget Vanderspost. They started rowing together at the University of Trent and are pushing up the Charles right now. Friday morning, head of the Charles 2024. All right. Beautiful day, beautiful rowing. Bow number 18.
18. That's going to be Catherine Breer and Deborah Keller out of Duxbury Bay Maritime School.
And then they have bow number 12.
Yep.
So 18 has made some passing. Bow 12. Elise Lee and Jean Billiou.
And then bow 21 is going to be coming on down the line here. Daniela Roop and Flora Wetz out of Narragansett.
24.
Coming through, then a black boat with some red trim, beautiful looking boat. That is Great River out of Shelton, Connecticut, Kathleen McGuire and Mary Shaw. Oh, that's fun. I just commented about their boat looking nice, and a boat arrived on Christmas Eve one year, and they named her Saint Nick Naughty or Nice. Any day rowing is a great day. That's
Nice.
fun. That's
nice.
All right, so that was probably our women's senior masters, and now we're going right into the women's grand. Here between the crews. Chris rows in Minneapolis right now, and Lisa rows here on the Charles, so they don't get a whole lot of chance to row together, but it doesn't look like it's hurting them all that much.
That's going to be bow 12. That is going to be
Got to flip the page.
Linda Murray.
Oh, Linda Murray.
Burns. Familiar name.
Yep. There you go. Linda's up in the bow looking good. Two more boats. All right, bow number 9 coming by. That's Independence Rowing Club. Anna Petrella and Ginny Lafreniere, UNH alumni and a UMass Lowell alumni. They competed against each other in the 80s, and now they're working together. Pretty cool. That's awesome. Bout number 8, right behind them, is Cambridge Boat Club team of Susan Kartz and Nina Streeter. 3rd year for the CBC double. So a lot of these teams are going to be
Johnson out of Grand Rapids.
Let's go, Julie.
And then bow number 20. This is going to be Lisa Evans and Virginia Hopkins out of Narragansett.
All right, Lisa and Virginia. They usually race in their singles, but they decided to race a double this year. Let's see how it works out. Looking good. We've got 24 competitive doubles in the Women's Grand Masters, and we're about halfway through, maybe a little more.
Double. So they are now back again. And then 23. We have 23. This is going to be Lisa Armstrong and Michelle Desolde out of Vesper.
Well, it's certainly warming up here on the Cambridge side of the river. We've got the sun in our faces, and it feels really good. It's a little chilly this morning, but we're feeling the sun's glow now. And we've got bow number 20. I think this is going to be our final entrant in this event. Bow number
17.
17.
Yep, bow number 17.
17.
It's going to be a Mary Ellen Flattery Ludwig and Pamela Ellett out of Maritime Rowing Club.
They are 75-year average. So, again, there's quite a few age averages coming into this event. And 75-year average. That's awesome. Way to go, ladies. We didn't see all these, did we? I don't remember that one, and I don't. And I'm 24. I don't remember them either. I think those are the men. I think those are the men coming. This is the last women's boat right here. And I think the men are chasing. All right, we're going to have a little action going on here. This is the final women's entry, which is an 80-year-old average, which is absolutely fantastic. Ann Faber and Sally Sternbach from Avalon here in Cambridge. Oh, Avalon and Cambridge, sorry. So this is, again, one of the composite crews. And then on the Boston side of the women's double, and guys, you need to pay attention. Whew. Bow number 1 in the men's senior masters double. Bound number 1 is from Crabtree, Great Britain club.
And Steven Titus. Looks like we have a little wind starting to pick up here on the Charles.
Definitely do. Average out to be about 59. They've been racing together since 1988. Cambridge Oars.
And then bow number 10 coming on down the line here. This is going to be James Beasley and Christian Thompson out of Mühlheimer Ritterbaron, Germany.
And then bow number 9 is on the it's Texas Rowing Club Center. They're centering themselves nicely in the lane. That's Eric Cornett and Scott Bolton. Texas Rowing Center out of Austin. Vajay Buvak and Frank Rowe out of Philly.
And then bow number 11, we're going to have Alan Green and David Daney out of Minnesota. And then bow number 12 is going to be Elikim Little and Thomas Christianfield. Anywhere, USA.
All right, so the men's 50-plus doubles are rowing well.
Mosley, GB.
These guys were in the pair back in 1992. At least Johnny won the gold in the pair. And Hugh is a former Oxford oarsman. So Hugh and Johnny.
And then bout number 17 coming on down the line. That's going to be Brian Price and David Gallagher out of Swan Creek,
Lambertville, New Jersey. All right, bout. Menlo Park, Matt Dalva and Jason Stinson, couple of Stanford rowing alum.
and then
Followed by
bout 21. Bout 21, that's going to be Jeff Kirby.
absolutely beautiful fall day. We're spending a lot of time looking at the water, and we just glance up and look at the beautiful change.
Oh,
we got some passing.
Michael Toda and John Tunicliffe out of Maine Coast Rowing.
And then bow one, who started first, that's Matthew Beery and Roy Colvin out of College Club Seattle. All right, so these guys are in the mid-60 age category. Bow number 3 coming by next. Detroit Boat Club, Greg Walker and Roman Lesnow. They first rowed a double together as novices back in 1984, celebrating 40 years of friendship on the river. Greg was the U.S. single sculler in 92 in the Olympics, and also won the champ single at the head of the Charles multiple times. Bout number 4 going by, that's Noank, Connecticut, scullers Dale Hoxie and Thomas Stoudemire. Together for the last 10 years. You know, we're just after halfway, so good chance for some spacing to happen or get closed up. So we've got really 4 boats occupying kind of the same space. That lead boat, the yellow boat, is trying to stay out of the way of those other boats, but somebody in that group is charging. So we'll see who the numbers suss out here.
Bow 7 approaching our point here. Bow 7, this is going to be Anton Rupert and David Roberts out of Cincinnati Rowing Club.
And they want to stay out in front through the bridge for sure, but we've got bow number 11 coming on them. Bow 11 pushing. That's Dan Gregorian and Michael Smith out of Cambridge Boat Club. They've won this event before. And bow 10 and 9. They're talking to each other.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, Glenn Bolitho and Seth Burns. They're all giving each other instructions on how to get the heck out of my way. Bow number 8 is...
That's going to be Whitney Hatch and George Hatch.
Excellent. And in the mix of that was Timothy Brame and Anthony Salato from Saratoga Springs, New York. They were in the mix. All right, and of course, if you got 5 boats going through the same space at the same time, you're going to have a little gap, and that's what we've got right now. But following, we've got some boats coming. One boat going extremely wide. When we're doing our little camps here, we say if you can smell the sausage, you've gone a little wide, and that's where the sausage is over there.
Really?
Yeah. So there,
Take notes.
that one crew is heading for the sausage. But they've come back, and they went a little wide. But the crew in front of us had a pretty good line coming out of Weeks, and they are in clear water. Can't quite see that bow
That's
number
going to
yet.
be bow number 13.
Okay, bow
That's
number
gonna be
13.
Bill Gardiner and William Hatch out of Sagatuck.
They want to set their personal best time today. I believe it. I want to set my personal best time for this year.
Right.
That's what I like to do. All right, we got some more crews coming. And at least 2 more doubles coming. We've got 24 entrants in this event. Yep, there's the third one. There's several coming. Let's see what they did. Let's pull that up for a second. Well, Maurice, as we're finishing up this last event, I'm just really, again, thankful for you being here and me being able to be here. It's been fun, and we're going to do it again tomorrow.
Absolutely. Super excited. I'm glad they paired us up again. I don't know if that was just by accident or what, but...
I requested you. No.
Oh, don't make me blush.
All right.
18 coming down the line here. 18 is going to be Henry Hamilton and Jeff Bushy out of Cambridge.
presidents of their clubs, and this is why you keep doing these things and volunteer for your organization, is so that events like this can happen and happen in a style like the Head of the Charles. So all of these competitors are also wearing multiple hats, and it's fantastic to see. So great job to everybody out there on the race course and helping with the volunteering in all and every capacity. All right, we've got at least 3 more boats, and this might be about their race and going back downstream, or they're heading out to warm up. A lot of these crews will be warming up. But right now, bow number
23. That's going to be Bart Pasternak and John Everett out of Saugatuck.
And they are 84 years average. That's absolutely fantastic. They've won the U.S. Masters 5 times in the last 6 years, but being out here racing, competing, and looking good, guys, 84 years young. I want to do it too. Good work. Good work. All right, and I think all right, we're going to wrap it up here and encourage everybody to go check out the results and then check out all of the vendors and the food guys and the clothing guys and the car guys and everything else that's out there. Part of this spectacular weekend is not just the racing on the water, but all the great show on the shore. So check it out and have a great time. Maurice, thank you for being here with me.
For sure. It was a pleasure.
Awesome. All right, we're going to see you tomorrow.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.